3420A. This is the report on the World Maritime University. Then we'll be looking at B, 20B. That's the report on the IMO, International Maritime Law Institute, IMLI. So I would now ask the president of the World Maritime University, Professor Max Meja, to present document A3420A. Floor is yours, sir.
Vous pouvez demander la parole.
Could you request the floor, please?
Voilà.
Thank you, Madam President. We express our condolences to the delegations of Indonesia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and other countries that have suffered and continue to suffer loss of life and property due to recent extreme weather events. Madam President, document A3420A shows that since the establishment by IMO on 1 May 1983, WMU has remained a global center of excellence in postgraduate maritime and oceans education, research, and capacity development, with a strong emphasis on supporting developing countries, particularly candidates from small island developing states and least developed countries. Its core mission is to strengthen maritime and ocean governance worldwide by promoting safety, security, environmental protection, and efficiency in international shipping. As of the 1st of November 2025, WMU has graduated 6,632 individuals from 171 countries, with women representing 25% of the alumni. Graduates hold senior positions around the world, including heads of maritime administrations, senior ministry, naval, and Coast Guard officials, CEOs and directors of ports and shipping companies, and heads of maritime academies. Many also serve as country representatives, as well as members of the Secretariat here at IMO and other international fora. Since the 1st of January 2022, WMU's MSc and PhD degrees have been accredited by the Swedish Higher Education Authority, ensuring recognition by signatory countries of the Bologna process and in many other jurisdictions. The United Nations General Assembly has also consistently recognized WMU's role in capacity development, most recently affirmed or reaffirmed in its 2023 and 2024 Oceans and Law of the Sea resolutions. For detailed information on all matters relating to WMU member states, on all matters relating to WMU, member states are encouraged to consult WMU's annual reports, which are available on the university's website. I wish to express my sincere gratitude to all donors and partners for their contributions to WMU's operational budget, student fellowships, and field study opportunities. Special thanks go to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for hosting the university and providing the premises and facilities necessary for the effective delivery of our academic programs. The support of all donors is vital to ensuring the university's sustainability and to expanding opportunities for maritime and oceans professionals worldwide. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le président.
Thank you very much, the President of the WMU, and I will now invite Secretary General to make any comments that he considers appropriate. Thank you very much, President, and good day to all. Noting the significant achievements and milestones of the World Maritime University over the past 2 years, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Mejia and his team for their excellent work. Through its close partnership with the IMO, the university continues to play a vital role in advancing the goals of the organization, both in maritime and ocean matters. And I would like to express my appreciation to all the generous donors who have supported the university through fellowships, and those donors who provide financial and in-kind contributions directly to the WMU, ensuring thereby that the university continues to deliver its work programme and its students enjoy a good quality of life while they are studying. And in particular, I wish to thank the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for accrediting the degrees of the WMU and for hosting the university, including the provision of its premises. Please allow me to reiterate the request to the IMO membership and those stakeholders having an interest in maritime transport and ocean affairs to support the university in any way possible so that it may continue to serve and strengthen the global maritime community. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I will now open the floor and invite comments on the report of the World Maritime University, if there are any requests.
Arabie Saoudite à prendre la parole.
Saudi Arabia first, please.
Madame. I would like to give the floor to Sweden first.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Madam President. As the representative of Sweden, the proud host country of the World Maritime University, I would like to take this opportunity to express our sincere appreciation for the outstanding work carried out by the university itself and its dedicated staff under the excellent leadership of President Mejia. The university's activities of fostering the maritime leaders of tomorrow is a strong and clear contribution to the IMO's objectives of safe, secure, and sustainable shipping. We are also happy to see that the strong alumni network of the university across the globe and that the spirit of multilateralism and collaboration is carried out among the former students. We are convinced that this continues to benefit the maritime community at large. Sweden has supported the university since its founding in 1983. We currently contribute $2.96 million annually to the WMU. And in addition to this financial support, Sweden, through the host city of Malmö, provides the university with premises free of charge. Sweden would also like to take the opportunity to express our sincere congratulations to Professor Momoko Kitada on receiving the IMO Gender Equality Award for her important work at the WMU. For decades, the enhanced gender equality has been a crucial and very important issue for Sweden, and the work of Professor Kitada truly embodies this notion. I won't be long, and to conclude, Sweden's commitment to the WMU remains strong, and we look forward to continuing our close collaboration with both the WMU and the IMO. Thank you.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, Sweden. And let me call on Saudi Arabia again. Saudi.
Shukran.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, our sincere condolences on the loss of lives in the region mentioned this morning, Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and the neighboring countries. As to the current item, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia commends the WMU for its outstanding contribution to maritime education, research, and capacity building, particularly in advancing opportunities for developing countries. We extend our sincere appreciation to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for their steadfast support to the university and to all donors who continue to strengthen its mission and global impact. The Kingdom is honored to have signed the letter of agreement between the Transport General Authority and the WMU on 26 November 2025 at IMO headquarters, reinforcing cooperation on seafarers' welfare and sustainable maritime transport. This partnership includes a pilot study on the enhancement of seafarers and financial support for the WMU, open access to the academic book entitled Emerging Technology and Law of the Sea. We're equally proud to note that 3 Saudi students graduated from WMU this year, joining the university's distinguished alumni network, and we're also proud of the previous graduates of the WMU who filled senior positions on the maritime level. One of the results of the visit of the WMU president to Saudi Arabia resulted in very positive outcomes. We believe that we stand in line together to support the WMU, its mission, and to provide it all support. Thank you.
Je remercie l'Arabie Saoudite.
Thank you very much, Saudi Arabia. Republic of Korea is next, please.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, we also joined the Madam President's remarks on the condolences and the sympathies to the Indonesia and the countries of the region on the tragic loss of life. Regarding the agenda item, the Republic of Korea commend the WMU for its significant contributions to the advancement of the international maritime community over the past biennium through excellence in education, influential research, technical cooperation, and the continued fostering of the global maritime talent. We would also like to take this opportunity to express our heartfelt appreciation to the Professor Sung Hyung Moon, the Vice President of the WMU, who will soon retire at this month. Since his joining at WMU from 2008, he has demonstrated outstanding leadership and dedication at WMU, as well as in the international maritime sector. We recognize that his education has greatly helped the advance of sustainable and inclusive maritime education and capacity building around the world. We trust that his insight and experience will continue to inspire the global maritime community beyond his tenure. Building upon such dedication and the shared value, the Republic of Korea remains firmly committed to the advancing inclusive and the sustainable growth within the maritime sector through close collaboration with the WMU. Finally, we support in general the action requested on the document 3420A. Thank you, President.
Je remercie la République de
Thank you very much to the Republic of Korea. Peru is next, please. Thank you very much, President. Peru would like to express its deepest condolences to the victims of what has happened in Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and other affected countries by these flooding and these storms. One further official of our National Maritime Authority has, in November of this year, graduated in his Master's from Maritime Affairs with a specialization in training and marine environment from the WMU. This participation contributes to strengthening our academic and technical competencies in our maritime authority, because everything that is learnt by our representative there will lead to strengthening the institutions, also lead to strengthening the protection of the marine environment and safety and maritime safety as well. So all of this will help us with the implementation of international instruments in the maritime field. Peru would like to express its particular thanks to the IMO, to the WMU, to the government of Sweden, and all of those who have donated to make sure that this professional excellence can continue. And we would like to promote the participation of our officials in the academic programs of the WMU, because we are convinced that these initiatives do contribute to reaching the very highest international standards when it comes to training and skills in the maritime sphere. And helps also with the work of the IMO. Thank you very much indeed.
Remercie le...
Thank you, Peru. The Norway next, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation also expresses its condolences and solidarity to Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, and Sri Lanka that has all suffered from the recent grave natural and weather conditions. We would like to share our sincere appreciation to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for their continuous support to the WMU and to all donors contributing with both fellowships and other funding. The WMU continues to show its excellence through high academic results and extensive academic research. For this, we would like to applaud the university, President Max Mejia and his staff, as well as the students. We also want to take this opportunity to share our appreciation to the WMU for its extensive cooperation with this organization, the IMO, and for the tasks carried out for this organization. These tasks provide the IMO committees and delegations with valuable input and facilitates the implementation of important technical development projects. I would also especially like to mention the development of the e-learning courses together with the IMO and experts, which has contributed immensely to reaching a wider crowd and facilitating learning for many not able to travel. Allow me also to congratulate Professor Momoko Kitada on receiving the IMO Gender Award. Her dedication to promoting gender equality globally has been remarkable, and she is a true inspiration to us all. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la...
Thank you, Norway. United Kingdom next, please.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning. Let me start by expressing our solidarity with the delegation of Indonesia and all those affected by cyclones and extreme weather in recent weeks. The United Kingdom wishes to express its sincere appreciation to the World Maritime University for all the work they have done for the global maritime community. We commend the WMU for its leading role as a global centre of maritime excellence and ocean education. We recognise the positive impact WMU has achieved for developing countries and its success in creating a global network of maritime leaders. The United Kingdom is proud to sponsor a female student on a full scholarship to study at the WMU. Championing gender equality in maritime leadership is crucial to delivering the skilled and effective workforce of tomorrow. We are committed to this agenda and will continue working towards a sector that leaves no one behind. We look forward to seeing the future contributions to the maritime sector of all WMU's graduates. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Nigeria next, please.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation conveys condolences, sympathy, and solidarity with the people of Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Sri Lanka, and other states suffering the harsh impact of cyclone. And now to the matter at hand. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for the comprehensive report on the activities of the World Maritime University and acknowledge its continuing role as a global center of excellence in maritime and ocean education, research, and capacity development. We especially congratulate Professor Max Meyer, his team, and appreciate the university's enduring commitment to supporting developing states in building capacity, human capital for the maritime sector, a goal that aligns with Nigeria's national priority and broader objectives of International Maritime Organization. Nigeria recognizes the pivotal role of WMU's alumni in shaping global maritime policy and administration, and we are proud that many Nigerian graduates of WMU today serve in strategic positions contributing to safety, security, and environmental sustainability across our region. The university's expanding focus on areas such as decarbonization, digitalization, and ocean governance reflects a forward-looking vision that is essential to ensuring a sustainable maritime future. Nigeria reaffirms its strong support for WMU's mission and joins others in expressing deep appreciation to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for their continued generosity in hosting and supporting the university. We also commend the donors whose contributions sustain WMU's fellowship and programs, enabling equitable access for students from developing nations. We further encourage member states to formally recognize WMU's degrees within their national legal framework to enhance the professional mobility and global impact of its graduates. Nigeria stands ready to continue collaborating with WMU and IMO to advance maritime education and capacity building as the foundation for safer sea, cleaner ocean, and more inclusive global maritime community. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you very much, Nigeria. China, please.
谢谢主席。
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all. This delegation would like to thank the reception held by the UK delegation last night. And this delegation would like to extend its sincere condolences to Indonesia, Thailand, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, which have recently been severely impacted by the extreme weather. China appreciates the efforts made by the World Maritime University in enhancing the quality of education. In recent years, China has continuously contributed donations to WMU to improve the teaching environment and provide more support. The year of 2025 marks the 20th anniversary of the Maritime Administration Program jointly established by Dalian Maritime University and World Maritime University. And in July this year, a commemorative event was held in Dalian, China. The President and Vice President of World Maritime University, as well as the Secretary General of the International Association of Maritime Universities, have participated in the event upon invitation. Statistics show that the program has nurtured 802 outstanding graduates who have contributed significantly in serving the industry. Looking ahead, as a Category A Council member of IMO, China will continue to strengthen its cooperation with World Maritime University to cultivate more high-quality talents for global maritime governance. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Je remercie la Chine.
I thank China and I call upon Namibia.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to all. As we are taking the floor for the first time since the council elections, we wish to congratulate the new council members, especially Africa's representatives, Egypt, Liberia, Morocco, Nigeria, and South Africa. We also take this opportunity to extend sincere sympathies to Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand for the recent loss of life caused by extreme weather events. On the matter at hand, we thank WMU President, Professor Max Meyer, for document A34/20A and for the clear and comprehensive annual reports. We also thank him for his excellent stewardship of WMU over the last 2 years. It is clear from the reports that WMU's work has powerful global impacts. which is reflected in high-quality academic programs, practice-oriented research, and strong support to maritime administrations and industry through executive education and short courses. A significant number of delegates in this assembly, including committee chairs, vice chairs, and heads of maritime administrations, are WMU alumni. This is further evidence that WMU's mandate translates directly into safer ships, cleaner seas, and stronger institutions, especially across Africa, SEEDS, and LDCs. We welcome WMU's diversified funding, sustained fellowship and partnerships with governments and industry. We also commend the vibrant alumni network, which multiplies the value of WMU's work through peer support and mentoring. Madam President, WMU's student and alumni body is truly diverse, and Africans comprise a significant share of this body. However, this diversity is not adequately reflected in the composition of WMU's professional and general staff. We therefore encourage a more proactive diversity, equity, and inclusion approach so that the university better mirrors the global community it serves. With this, Madam President, Namibia fully supports the actions outlined in paragraph 13 of the document. Specifically, we thank the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for their generous, continuous support as hosts, together with donors, sponsors, and partners whose contributions sustain scholarships, research, and the university's global mission. I thank you, Madam President.
I thank Namibia. I now call upon Bangladesh.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and greetings to all distinguished delegates. Madam Chair, let me begin by expressing our sincere compassion and solidarity to the people of Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand that has been affected by the extreme weather recently. Thank you to UK delegation for kindly hosting last evening reception. Madam Chair, Bangladesh appreciates the Secretary General for the comprehensive report on the World Maritime University and notes with appreciation WMU's continued vital contribution to maritime education, research, and capacity development, particularly for the developing countries like Bangladesh. And I feel proud to be an alumni of this prestigious university. Madam Chair, we express our sincere appreciation to the President of the University, Max Mejia, and his team for his strong leadership driving the university, and also to the government of Sweden, the city of Malmö, and all donors for their steadfast support to the university. Bangladesh strongly encouraged continued assistance to WMU through scholarships, technical cooperations, and voluntary contributions for the developing countries, particularly for SEEDS and LDCs. Madam Chair, we also support efforts to ensure broader recognition of WMU degrees under national legislation, reaffirms our commitment to strengthening cooperation with WMU for the development of skilled maritime professionals. Finally, Madam Chair, we note the information presented in the paper and endorse the action requested under paragraph 13. I thank you.
Je remercie le Bangladesh.
I thank Bangladesh. And I now call upon the Republic of Tanzania.
Thank you, Madam President. This delegation would like to thank the UK delegation for yesterday's event. We also align with others to extend sympathy for Indonesia and other neighboring affected countries for the tragedy. The United Republic of Tanzania thanks the WMU President, Professor Max Mejia, for presenting document A3420A and welcomes the comprehensive update on the mandate, operations, and financial performance of the World Maritime University. Madam President, Tanzania recognizes the highly values the World Maritime University as a global center of excellence established by the IMO to advance maritime and ocean governance through postgraduate education, research, and capacity development. We note with appreciation the expanded scope of WMU programs, including ocean studies, distance learning, professional training, and international collaboration, all of which remain vital to supporting developing countries. Madam President, the United Republic of Tanzania is proud of the significant impact WMU has made within our maritime sector. Several Tanzanian government officials have now graduated from the university, joining the global alumni network highlighted in the report, which now exceeds 6,400 graduates from 171 countries. Many Tanzanian alumni, both women and men, currently hold senior positions within our maritime administration, port management, maritime education, safety oversight, marine environment protection, and legal and policy institutions. Importantly, Tanzania is pleased to confirm that WMU degrees are recognized under our national accreditation system, which is Tanzania Commission for Universities, ensuring full academic and professional acceptance of WMU qualifications in our country. This recognition has strengthened national confidence in WMU academic standards as affirmed in the report regarding international accreditation. We appreciate the fellowship donors whose contributions make advanced maritime education accessible for developing states, as reflected in the donor lists in the report. Madam President, in conclusion, the United Republic of Tanzania reiterates its gratitude to IMO, WMU, the government of Sweden, and all supporting partners for their continued investment in maritime capacity building. Tanzania remains committed to strengthening cooperation to ensure that WMU continues shaping competent maritime professionals for the benefit of all member states. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Tanzania and I call upon the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President. At the outset, we would like to say thank you to UK for last night's reception, and we wish our best wishes to our Qatari colleagues who celebrated their National Day yesterday. And of course, the Philippines extends its deepest condolences to the governments and peoples of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Sri Lanka, and neighboring member states affected by the recent extreme weather disturbances. We stand in solidarity with the families who have lost loved ones and with all those whose communities have been impacted. On the matter at hand, the Philippines expresses its sincere appreciation to the Secretary General for presenting document 83420A, reporting on the vital work of the World Maritime University. We recognize WMU as a key center of excellence established by the IMO to advance postgraduate maritime education, promote high standards in safety, security, efficiency, and environmental protection, and build capacity, particularly for developing countries. As a maritime nation and a major source of global seafarers, the Philippines benefits greatly from WMU's contribution to developing the next generation of maritime leaders. We take pride in the global impact of WMU's alumni network, including Filipinos, who hold influential positions in maritime administrations, ports, shipping companies, and at the IMO itself. We also commend WMU's efforts to promote gender equality, noting that 24% of graduates are female. The university's sound financial performance reflects prudent management and continued donor support, ensuring the sustainability of its capacity-building programs and the ongoing development of maritime expertise worldwide. The Philippines also extends gratitude to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for their steadfast support, including the legal recognition of WMU degrees under Swedish law, enhancing their international credibility. We thus strongly support the Assembly's requested actions to encourage member states to recognize WMU degrees nationally and to continue providing financial and in-kind support to the university. The Philippines reaffirms its commitment to WMU and looks forward to its continued success in shaping the future of the global maritime sector. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie les Philippines.
I thank the Philippines. Distinguished colleagues, this list is getting longer. I'm sure it's to support and congratulate the WMU. So if you don't want to have to come back tomorrow, I would invite those delegations who asked for the floor: Suriname, Jamaica, Indonesia, Japan, Turkey, Iran, Bahamas, Argentina, Colombia, and Ecuador. We take note of their support to the WMU. So I would suggest that you withdraw your request for the floor. I think that everybody shares the views which have been expressed on the subject of the WMO by others. Ecuador, you still wish to speak?
Okay. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you to all of you for your cooperation. So I would propose that the Assembly first notes the information contained in document A34/20A. 2, expresses its appreciation to the government of Sweden and the city of Malmö for their continuing support for hosting the university and providing the academic premises, and to all other donor governments and organizations for their continued financial and in-kind support to WMU. 3, thanks the government of Sweden for its accreditation of the WMU degrees and urges member states to take action so as to enable recognition under their national legislation of the degrees confirmed by the university, and to that end keep the organization and the university informed of all developments. And 4, urges member states, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations and industry to continue to support the university, either by direct contributions to its operating budget, providing scholarship financing, equipment donation, or through any other assistance pursuant to Resolution A933/22 on sustainable financial support for the World Maritime University. If there is no objection, it is so decided. Thank you. So now we move on to agenda item 20B, A3420b, which is report on the International Maritime Law Institute. So I would ask Mr. Martinez to introduce, Professor Martinez, to present the report.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Institute, I would like to first express our deepest condolences to Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka, Thailand, and any neighboring countries that have suffered tragic loss of life caused by the ongoing extreme weather conditions. Madam President, it is my great honor to address you today and share some additional information on the growth and transformation of the Institute over the past 2 years. As outlined in document A3420b, in addition to a growing demand for its training programs, IMLI has welcomed a significant number of graduates from small island developing states and least developed countries. The Institute has empowered maritime professionals, both men and women in equal measure, to return to their home countries and drive the legal reforms necessary to ensure compliance with international rules and regulations. In doing so, they contribute to the development of effective and resilient maritime administrations. As part of their IMLI education, students undertake maritime legislation drafting projects that incorporate international instruments into domestic law. Many of these projects focus on addressing corrective actions recommended by IMO audits, which continue to reveal that the primary challenge is inadequate implementation of IMO conventions in national legislation. I am available to discuss with any of you the needs that your countries may have and how IMLI can best address them. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Institute's donors for their generosity, and to invite you to continue supporting our mission through contributions, fellowships, and any other form of assistance that are essential for establishing the legal foundations needed to protect our oceans for present and future generations. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the director of IMLI, and I now call upon the Secretary General to give us his comments.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. And having noted the significant achievements and milestones of the IMO International Maritime Law Institute over the past 2 years, which are all outlined in the report, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Professor Martinez and his staff for their excellent work in further developing and expanding the activities of the Institute. In particular, I'm pleased to note the significant increase in the number of maritime professionals worldwide enrolled in IMLI's programs in recent years, and also the advances that have been made in recognizing IMLI's degrees by the Malta Further and Higher Education Authority, the continued annual recognition and their contribution to the international maritime community by the UN General Assembly every year, and the expanded scope of its academic courses, which now address both current and emerging maritime issues. I wish to renew the sincere gratitude of the IMO to the Government of Malta for hosting the Institute and for its continued support to the Institute, including the provision and the refurbishment of IMLI's premises to meet the growing needs of the institution. And the IMO also extends its appreciation to all those donors whose financial contributions ensure the successful delivery of the Institute's academic programs. And I would like also to reiterate the call of the IMO to member states, to industry and other stakeholders to continue supporting the Institute so that it may uphold its vital role in providing world-class legal training in maritime matters. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur.
I thank the Secretary General. I now go and write comments on the report on the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. Gianna, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, this delegation extends sincerest condolences and solidarity to the states of Indonesia, Thailand, and Malaysia, and neighboring states impacted by extreme weather conditions. Now to the matter at hand. IMLI is undoubtedly the premier forum for shaping the international maritime law practitioner. We offer our profound gratitude to the Institute's leadership, Professor Norman Martinez, as well as the academic and administrative staff, for their unwavering commitment to upholding the rule of international maritime law, and to the Government of Malta for hosting this fundamental institution. Madam President, IMLI forms the bedrock of the mechanism that drives the effective implementation and domestication of international conventions, including IMO instruments, and its programs are of immense value, especially to SIDS and LDCs. We recognize all donors and thank them for their continued support for the delivering of IMLI's programs. And we encourage sustained support and contributions by all IMO member states for this International Maritime Law Institute. Long live IMLI. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie le...
I thank Guyana, and I call upon Indonesia.
Thank you, Madam President. We thank you for the overwhelming words of solidarity conveyed to us on the recent extreme weather event in our region. Coming back to our agenda, Indonesia recognizes IMLI's critical role in strengthening global legal capacity, particularly for developing countries, by supporting the implementation of IMO instruments and facilitating national legal reforms. Indonesia also wishes to express our appreciation to the Director of IMLI, Professor Norman Martinez, for his excellent work, as well as IMLI donors, including Malta, the Nippon Foundation, and IMO ITCP, for their generous fellowship opportunities. Indonesia has benefited substantially from this scholarship, which have contributed for developing stronger national cadre of maritime legal experts who now supports our regulatory and institutional reforms. We welcome IMLI continued financial stability and the academic recognition of its programs and support the Assembly call for member states to ensure domestic recognition of IMLI degrees. Indonesia reaffirmed its support for IMLI as a center of excellence and an essential partner in building resilient and future-ready global maritime legal framework. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
I thank Indonesia and I call upon Nigeria.
Thank you, Madam President. Nigeria commends the Secretary General for the comprehensive report on the activities and achievements of International Maritime Law Institute. We recognize IMLI's enduring contribution to strengthening the global maritime legal order and building the capacity of member states, particularly developing countries, in implementing international maritime instruments. Nigeria aligns with the emphasis on ensuring that legal framework evolves in tandem with emerging realities such as digitalization, automation, and decarbonization in shipping. The Institute's forward-looking approach, especially in research into liability and compensation regimes for autonomous vessels and alternative fuels, demonstrates its continued relevance to the future of maritime governance. Nigeria particularly appreciates IMLI's commitment to ensuring equitable access to maritime legal education through its fellowship programs, which are vital in bridging the capacity gaps for small island states and least developed countries. Nigeria is proud that several of its nationals have benefited from IMLI's world-class training, and their contributions have significantly enhanced the nation's maritime legal and institutional framework. We therefore join other member states in expressing appreciation to the government of Malta and the IMO, the Nippon Foundation, and other partners for their steadfast support for the Institute. Nigeria encourages greater financial technical support to IMLI to ensure its sustainability and its continued role as a global center of excellence. We also call for strengthened collaboration between IMLI and regional maritime training institutes in Africa, including Regional Maritime University in Ghana and Maritime Academy of Nigeria, to deepen knowledge of exchange and tailor capacity building initiatives to regional needs. Nigeria affirms its commitments to supporting IMLI's vital mission of fostering a well-trained cadre of maritime legal experts who will shape in the safe, secure, and sustainable global maritime order. In conclusion, we commend the leadership and positive efforts of Professor Norman Martinez at IMLI. Thank you so much.
Je remercie.
I thank Nigeria, and I now call upon Honduras.
Gracias, señora presidenta. Thank you very much, President. Thank you to the Secretary General for this report on IMLI. Thank you. And this report does show the capacity, the enthusiasm, and how well the IMLI has fulfilled its role. And President, for us and for a number of countries in Latin America, IMLI has been a very important institution in the development of international maritime law. There have been a number of fellowships, and those fellows are now taking up positions in our countries, contributing to the development of maritime law in our countries, and going on to help us through the experience that they have gained. So through these fellowships and other financial support for IMLI, this is all very important so that we can support them in developing their activities. I think it's important to invest in institutions that bear fruit, and IMLI is and are productive, and IMLI is most definitely one of those. So we would like to pass on through you our professors to Professor Norman Martinez, through you. He himself was at IMLI. He worked indeed as a professor at IMLI, and he is now the executive director and is doing an excellent job. So our congratulations to Professor Norman Martinez, and let us give him all the support he needs. Thank you very much indeed.
Je remercie le Honduras.
I thank Honduras and I call upon Peru.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. Peru is firmly committed to promoting international maritime law and the training of professionals, to have highly qualified professionals. So we would like to thank IMLI for their ongoing contribution to strengthening the legal skills and competencies of countries. We do hope that they carry on consolidating the international maritime legal framework and ensuring that people leave with special skills and knowledge in the protection of the marine environment, in maritime law and ocean governance, which is why our current maritime authority does have students from IMLI, and Peru would like to highlight the training given to 2 Peruvian lawyers who are currently working in our National Maritime Authority. And their contribution has been really significant in strengthening our legislative framework. And we'd also like to highlight that need to carry on providing support and financial support to IMLI so that they can carry on training people who serve the global maritime community. Thank you very much, Chair, President.
Je remercie.
I thank Peru and I call upon the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all. At the outset, as this is the first time this delegation takes the floor this week, I would like to sincerely congratulate the newly elected members of the IMO Council for 2026-2027 term. Their election reflects the confidence of global maritime community in the capabilities and constructive approaches of the states entrusted with this important responsibility. Also, I would like to convey condolences to people of Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, Thailand, and Sri Lanka for recent weather events. To matter at hand, my delegation expresses its appreciation for the Secretary General's report contained in document A3420B and acknowledges the continued and valuable work of the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. IMLI remains a key center of excellence for developing highly qualified legal experts in international maritime law, treaty implementation, and global ocean governance, particularly supporting the needs of developing states. We note with satisfaction the Institute's strong academic performance, its expanding alumni community representing 155 countries, and continued the recognition of its program by national and international accreditation bodies. My delegation reiterates its strong support for IMLI and underscores its essential contribution to the strengthening legal capacity worldwide, promoting effective implementation of IMO instruments and advancing the objectives of 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie l'Iran.
I thank Iran. Colleagues, we still have a lot on our agenda to cover. I would imagine that all those countries which have asked for the floor would also like to congratulate IMLI. If that is the case, then I would be very grateful if you would withdraw your request for the floor. Saudi Arabia, Tanzania, the Philippines, Argentina, Jamaica, Algeria. I would like to thank all those who've asked for the floor for their cooperation. I think everybody has noted their wish to express their gratitude to IMLI, and I would add my voice to theirs. So I would propose that the Assembly first notes the information contained in document A3420B, 2, expresses its appreciation to the Government of Malta for its continuing support for hosting the Institute and providing the academic premises and all other donor governments and organizations for their continued financial and fellowship support to the Institute. 3, notes the remarkable progress made regarding the recognition of IMLI degrees by the Malta Further and Higher Education Authority and urges member states to take action so as to enable recognition under their national legislation of the degrees conferred by the Institute, and to that end, to keep the organization and the Institute informed of developments. And 4, urges member states, intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations and industry to continue to support the Institute, either by direct contributions to its operating budget, scholarship financing, equipment donation, or through any other assistance pursuant to Resolution A93422 on sustainable financial support for the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. If there is no objection, it is so decided.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 21 on the agenda, on external relations, and let me ask the Secretary General to introduce A3421A and A3421A1 on relations with the United Nations and the specialized agencies.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, President. Document A3421A reports on meetings of various United Nations entities in which the Secretariat has participated, both in person and virtually. List of these meetings is provided in the annex to the document. And document A3421A1 reports on activities undertaken by GESAMP since the last session of the Assembly. In paragraph 4, we have a list of the 9 currently active GESAMP working groups. And you will note that the IMO either leads or co-sponsors 6 of these working groups. Paragraphs 5 to 6, we have the new and emerging issues being discussed by GESAMP, and paragraph 7 informs of the outcomes of an internal review of the contribution by GESAMP to the work of its UN sponsoring organizations and beyond them. And allow me to conclude by extending my gratitude to all the experts that continuously provide their time and their expertise to the UN system through their participation in GESAMP, and in particular to the many working groups that provide support and advice to the activities of the IMO. Thank you, President.
Je remercie, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I take it that the Assembly may wish to note the information contained in document A3421A and the IMO's participation in meetings of the various organs, bodies and agencies of the United Nations system, as well as the efforts made by the Secretary-General and the Secretariat to promote IMO's interests in all relevant areas. It is so noted. And I propose that the Assembly further notes the information contained in document A3421A1 and to express its appreciation to GESAMP for the scientific advice with respect to the protection of the marine environment provided by them in support of the objectives of this organisation. And if there is no objection, it is so decided. Thank you very much. We will now move on to point 21B on the agenda. 21C on the agenda. 21B has already been looked at, says the President. So I will ask the Secretary General to introduce 21C, International Days established by the IMO. Thank you very much, President. Document A3421C reports on the celebrations of the International Day for Women in Maritime, the Day of the Seafarer, World Maritime Day, and the World Maritime Day parallel events that took place during the biennium. On the 2024 celebration of the International Day for Women in Maritime, a symposium was held on the 17th of May 2024 under the theme Safe Horizons, Women Shaping the Future of Maritime Safety. And this featured the presentation of the inaugural IMO Gender Equality Award to Ms. Despina Panayotou Theodosiou, who was nominated by Cyprus. And I do apologise in advance for the way I pronounce some surnames. And then the 2025 celebration of the day also included a symposium. This took place on the 16th of May 2025 under the theme An Ocean of Opportunities for Women. And this featured the presentation of the 2025 IMO Gender Equality Award to Ms. Karin Orsel, who was nominated by the Kingdom of the Netherlands. IMO and WISTA International also presented the results of the 2024 Women in Maritime Survey on the day, providing attendees with fresh insights into progress and challenges across the sector. And now I would like to report on the International Day of the Seafarer, which was marked as usual on the 25th of June, and this was the case in both 2024 and 2025, with global social media campaigns successfully reaching millions of people around the world. 2024, the campaign focused on seafarers' contribution to making the maritime sector a safer workplace, using the hashtag Safety Tips at Sea. And in 2025, the IMO launched the campaign My Harassment Free Ship. This was an initiative to promote a culture of respect and zero tolerance for bullying and harassment at sea. With respect to the World Maritime Day, the theme for the 2024 World Maritime Day was Navigating the Future Safety First, and included the hosting of the second WMO-IMO symposium on extreme maritime weather. And this was held from the 23rd to the 26th of September 2024 and focused on bridging the knowledge gap towards safer shipping. On this year's celebration, held under the theme Our Ocean, Our Obligation, Our Opportunity, IMO screened the documentary film Ocean with David Attenborough. And both years a reception was held, which brought together members of the diplomatic and maritime communities. The Council, at its 135th session, decided to adopt henceforth my suggestion to have a World Maritime Day every biennium. And this in order to provide all stakeholders with more time to plan, to promote, and to align their activities with the theme. In this regard, the Council approved the following theme for 2026 and 2027: From Policy to Practice, Powering Maritime Excellence. In 2024, the World Maritime Day parallel event was hosted by the government of Spain and took place in Barcelona from the 20th to the 22nd of October that year. The 2025 parallel event was hosted by the government of the United Arab Emirates and was celebrated in Dubai on the 30th of September and the 1st of October 2025. I am very grateful to the governments of Spain and the United Arab Emirates for their generosity in hosting these very well-attended events. I also wish to extend my appreciation to the organising teams and to all participants. The forthcoming World Maritime Day parallel events will be hosted by the Republic of Korea and the Philippines in 2026 and 2027, respectively. Thank you very much.
Merci, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Secretary General. I take it that the Assembly, 1, notes with appreciation the report of the Secretary General on the International Days celebrated by the IMO in 2024 and 2025, notes and endorses the Council's decisions, 1, to adopt henceforth a World Maritime Day theme every biennium to provide all stakeholders with more time to plan, promote and align their activities with the theme. 2, that the theme for 2026 and 27 be from policy to practice, powering maritime excellence. And then thirdly, joins the Secretary General in expressing deep appreciation to all member states that have hosted the parallel event over the years for their generosity and their support. And if there are no objections, it is so decided. Thank you very much. This moves us on to 21D. And I would ask Secretary General to introduce this document, A3421D, on IMO awards. Thank you, President. This is a lengthy introduction as well. Apologies for that. So document A3421D introduces the new guidelines for the International Maritime Prize and the revision of the guidelines for the IMO honours for exceptional bravery at sea, and reports on the awards and recognitions approved and presented in connection with the IMO awards since the 33rd regular session of the IMO Assembly in 2023. With respect to the International Maritime Prize, the Council at its 132nd session in July 2024 decided to award the 2023 prize to His Excellency's Captain Ian Finlay, nominated by the Cook Islands. And the Council at its 134th session decided to award the 2024 prize to Dr. Rosalie Bulkin, nominated by Australia. The invitation for nominations for the 2025 prize was sent by means of a circular letter number 5066, and the decision on the recipient is expected to be taken by the Council at the 137th session. That will be held in July next year. To facilitate all this, all nominations for the 2025 prize must therefore be received by the 31st of March 2026 at the latest. And as I mentioned at the beginning of my intervention, the Council approved at its 133rd session in November 2024 the guidelines for the International Maritime Prize. And this may be found in Annex 1 to the document for the Assembly's endorsement. These guidelines were proposed to enhance the processes related to the administration of the prize and the recognition of exceptional contributions, and they refined the assessment criteria and reinforced the prize's alignment with the goals and objectives of the IMO, and they aim to provide a structured and inclusive framework for the assessment of nominations, thereby encouraging diversity in the nominations, while at the same time maintaining the prize's integrity and prestige. With regard to the IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, the Council endorsed the decision of the panel of judges to bestow the 2024 IMO Award for Exceptional Bravery at Sea to Captain Avhilash Rawat and the crew of the oil tanker Marlin Luanda, nominated by the Marshall Islands, and to Captain Jorge Fernando Galavid Fuentes and the crew of the tugboat Pemex Maya, nominated by Mexico, and to bestow the 2025 award on Mr. Lee Tai Yong, officer on board the fishing vessel 135 Geum Song Ho, nominated by the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF. The Council also agreed that certificates and letters of commendation should be awarded to selected candidates in recognition of their courageous actions. The Council, at its 132nd session, decided to amend paragraph 5 of the nomination form to further differentiate between full-time search and rescue professionals and non-professional rescuers. So those who carry out search and rescue are not professionals. At its 134th session, the Council further agreed to bring forward the deadline for the submission of nominations to the 31st of March in order to give more time for their processing and consideration, and agreed to revise the guidelines for the IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea accordingly. The revised guidelines are set out in Annex 3 to the document for endorsement by the Assembly. Concerning arrangements for next year, on the 1st of October 2025, circular letter number 5072 was issued to invite nominations for the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea. This for actions performed during the period 1st of March 2025 to the 28th of February 2026. The deadline for submission of nominations is the 31st of March 2026. I can also report that during the biennium, 15 certificates of special recognitions were issued to merchant vessels pursuant to Resolution A1195/33 on the special recognition for merchant vessels and their crew involved in the rescue of mixed migrants at sea. And finally, with regard to the IMO Gender Equality Award, the Council, at its 133rd session, decided to bestow the 2025 award on Ms. Karen Orsel, nominated by the Kingdom of the Netherlands, along with letters of commendation to selected nominees. The award was presented to Ms. Orsel during the 2025 International Day for Women in Maritime celebration, held on the 16th of May this year. And as for the 2026 IMO Gender Equality Award, the Council, at its 135th session, decided to bestow it on Professor Momoko Kitada, nominated by Japan, along with letters of commendation to a number of nominees. The award will be presented on the occasion of the annual commemoration on the International Day of Women in Maritime, which will be on the 18th of May next year. The circular letter inviting nominations for the 2027 IMO Gender Equality Award will be issued in due course. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you. And I now invite the Assembly to note the information provided in this document and its annexes, to endorse the decision of the Council to approve the guidelines for the International Maritime Prize, as outlined in Annex 1. And thirdly, endorse the decision of the Council to approve the revised guidelines for the IMO honours for exceptional bravery at sea as outlined in Annex 3. Thank you. I further take it that the Assembly firstly notes with appreciation the Secretary-General's report on the International Maritime Prize for 2023 and 2024 and extends its congratulations to Captain Ian Finlay and Dr. Rosalie Bulkin. 2. Endorses the Council's approval of the guidelines for the International Maritime Prize. 3. Notes with appreciation the Secretary-General's report on the IMO honours for exceptional bravery at sea for the years 2024 and 2025 and extends its congratulations to Captain Avhilash Rawat and the crew of the oil tanker Marlin Luanda nominated by the Marshall Islands, as well as to Captain Jorge Fernando Galaviz Fuentes and the crew of the tugboat Pemex Maya nominated by Mexico, and to bestow the 2025 award on Mr. Lee Tai-young, officer on board the fishing vessel 135 Gum Song Ho, nominated by the International Transport Workers Federation. As well as congratulations as well to the recipients of certificates and letters of commendation. Fourthly, endorses the Council's approval of the revised guidelines for the IMO honours for exceptional bravery at sea. Fifthly, notes with appreciation the Secretary-General's report on the IMO Gender Equality Award for 2025 and 2026 and extends its congratulations to Ms. Karen Orsel and Professor Momoko Kitada, as well as all the recipients of letters of commendation. Sixthly, expresses its appreciation to all entities submitting nominations to the various IMO awards. And seventh, notes the arrangements for the 2025 International Maritime Prize, for the 2026 IMO Honours for Exceptional Bravery at Sea, and for the 2027 IMO Gender Equality Award. It is so decided. Thank you very much. We're going to move on now to a point that is not on the agenda, and I'm going to give the floor to the Secretary-General.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, President. And before we break for coffee, I am very pleased to announce that the organisation will be rolling out a new updated logo. And here is the presentation for you. So the new logo is rooted in the emblem that was first adopted by the organisation when it was established over 77 years ago as the Intergovernmental Maritime Consultative Organisation, preserves that logo and that heritage while looking to the future and placing the ocean at its heart. The design draws on the United Nations emblem and retains the world map framed by olive branches and anchors, and now emphasises the ocean's central role in global affairs. The olive branches, the chain, and the anchors, the symbols that have represented our identity for a long time now, have been reshaped. This in order to reflect a more modern spirit, thereby ensuring that our emblem remains relevant and resonant with the times. Furthermore, a new font has been selected to align with the font used in the UN logo. Furthermore, the IMO pale blue colour has been deepened to strengthen accessibility across all digital platforms. It makes it easier to perceive for those individuals with visual impairments. This is not merely an aesthetic change. this new logo is a deliberate affirmation of our principles of inclusion and of our commitment to ensure that everyone can fully engage in our work. Furthermore, a new colour palette has been developed, which will enrich the organisation's visual identity. The primary colours that we use. The primary colours revolve around the new shade of blue, and then the secondary colours are vibrant and dynamic, and they are thoughtfully allocated across different areas of our work. Together, this palette creates a coherent and yet flexible system that enhances recognition, it reflects the diversity of our mission, and brings renewed energy to the way we present ourselves to the world. The updated logo and the new visual identity when we get to them.
Asimismo, se ha desarrollado, el logo actualizado.
So, the updated logo and the new visual identity embody our enduring commitment to safe, secure, efficient, and environmentally sound shipping, and to cooperation among member states to protect people and the planet. We've begun using the logo on social media, and it will soon be featured on the IMO website, in publications, and in promotional materials, and will be integrated into the branding of all IMO technical cooperation projects. The new logo is available in all 6 official UN languages, and we will continue to use it widely, and we will progress in our aim of enhancing the image and the visibility of this organisation. Thank you.
I congratulate the Secretary General on our new logo. So if nobody is asking for the floor to offer coffee, we can see that we're getting right to the end of the assembly. Oh, no, I see Finland asking for the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and I don't want to be it's always unfortunate to be the one before the coffee break, but I just had one issue with the color of the new, because the color in the UN family is used as UN blue, and it's a Pantone 2925. So I'm just a bit curious on how this all goes with the UN family color of the UN blue, which is the old color. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay? Muchas gracias.
Thank you. We are still part of the UN family, and intensifying the shade of blue does not in any way change our position within the United Nations, which is why I did specifically mention that the reason for this was following an analysis and information that we received, that these aren't just cosmetic changes. For people with visual impairments, they can't see the pale blue that we use in the IMO. If you look at the ILO, for example, they are using all the colours on the world for all those colours in the wheel that we have for the SDG for 2030. So the change of this colour does not mean in any way that we are not part of the UN family anymore. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General. So if nobody else would like to take the floor, I wish you a good coffee break, and we'll see you back at 11:30. Thank you.
Bien, chers délégués,
Distinguished delegates, we're almost at the end, so may I now ask you to come back so that we can finish before lunch and maybe finish our work as a whole by the end of the afternoon. Now we're on item 22 of our agenda, on a report on the status of the conventions, the list of membership of the organization, the various IMO conventions and other instruments for which the organization performs depository and other functions. There are two documents under this agenda item. Document A3422, which reports on the status of the conventions, and document A3422/1 on the draft Assembly resolution entitled Urging Member States to Accept the 2021 Amendments to the IMO Convention. I now invite the Secretary General to introduce these documents.
Gracias, señora.
Thank you very much, President. I am pleased to report that since the 33rd regular session of the Assembly, the Kyrgyz Republic has deposited an instrument of acceptance of the IMO Convention with the Secretary-General of the United Nations, this on the 27th of February 2024. And in doing so became the organization's 176th member state. So I would like to welcome the Kyrgyz Republic to its first assembly. The number of associate members remains unchanged at 3. With regard to the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, adopted by the Assembly at its 32nd session, that's Resolution A1152/32, only 35 member states have accepted those amendments, which means we still need 80 instruments of acceptance in order to trigger the requirements for the entry into force. The 2021 amendments were adopted with a view to expanding the size of the Council, extend the term of its members, and to establish as authentic the texts of the IMO Convention in 3 other official languages. Recognizing the importance of these amendments, the Council at its 134th session approved the draft Assembly resolution set out in the annex of document A3422/1, so that this could be considered and adopted at this Assembly session. The 2021 amendments will enter into force 12 months after acceptance by 2/3 of the members of the organization. And there are 2 IMO treaties still that have not yet met their entry into force requirements, the 2010 HNS Protocol and the 2012 Cape Town Agreement. During the last biennium, there were no new ratifications received for the 2010 HNS Protocol, and the number of contracting states remains at 8. The protocol requires 4 more ratifications. So I was very pleased to hear last week that 4 countries announced their accession to this instrument for the first half of next year. With regard to the 2012 Cape Town Agreement, while the minimum number of 23 contracting states has been met, there still remain 580 vessels of 24 meters in length and over operating on the high seas before it can enter into force and achieve the much-needed safety standards in the fishing sector. I sincerely hope that these 2 important treaties will come into force in the very near future, and I strongly encourage member states to ratify the protocol and the agreement without delay so that their entry into force can be achieved as soon as possible. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
Thank you to the Secretary General. I now call upon whichever delegations would like to comment. I hope there will be good news, that there'll be states announcing ratification. Belgium has the floor. Thank you, Madam. Distinguished delegates, may I start by thanking the delegations of Malaysia, Nigeria, Malaysia this week for the coffee. We share the feelings which have been expressed by other colleagues concerning the landslides and the floods in Indonesia and Sumatra. We see the extreme weather events like this, and we have every sympathy for the families and loved ones of the victims. Belgium would like to stress its firm commitment to the ratification of the 2010 Convention. We recognize the importance of this document to strengthen the international regime and the responsibility and the need to pay for the damage caused by dangerous substances being transported by sea. Moreover, it is also a question of the latest IMO convention that Belgium had not yet ratified. Belgium is ready to ratify the convention in the spring of 2026, together with our colleagues from Germany, Netherlands, and Sweden, in order to guarantee fair competition between our ports. The process has taken slightly more time than was expected, but we are still fully committed and are going to finalize the necessary arrangements in order to achieve ratification. We already have practical experience in implementing our obligation for notification under the Convention, and we have succeeded in getting our annual reports together over the last 2 years, and this experience has strengthened our preparation and our confidence to move forward to ratification. And finally, we also would like to use this opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to the Secretariat of the Compensation Fund and also the Secretariat of the IMO itself for its information, its guidance, and its support throughout the whole of this process. Their expertise was the most important factor in helping us navigate the complexities, both technical and legal, of this process. Thank you. My thanks to Belgium, and I call upon Sweden.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, Sweden would like to thank the Secretary General for document 3222. And regarding the HNS Convention, Sweden believes this to be an important instrument as it fills a major gap in the maritime safety and compensation systems by providing a uniform global liability and compensation framework. As was just mentioned by Belgium, I have the pleasure to announce that Sweden is currently taking the final steps in the process of ratifying the HNS Convention, a process that will be finalized in 2026. We have worked closely and in coordination with Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands in this process, and note with pleasure that our mutual ratifications will bring the convention into effect. We would like to express our sincere appreciation to the IMO Secretariat, as well as the IOPC funds, for their dedicated work in preparing for the entry into force of the Convention, which has helped us immensely during the ratification process. We encourage all states that have not yet done so to consider accession, as the Convention addresses an important gap in the international framework for compensation in the event of maritime accidents. Its broad adoption will strengthen legal certainty and enhance the effectiveness of global compensation regime. Also, Madam President, if I can comment on document 3422-1 on the IMO Convention. Sweden recalled that the amendments to the IMO Convention were adopted without any objection, and we join with others in urging member states to ratify them promptly, and we do support the adoption of the resolution in that document. Thank you.
Je remercie.
I thank Sweden, and I call upon the Kingdom of the Netherlands.
Thank you, Madam President. Please allow me to start by conveying our heartfelt sympathy to the people of Indonesia, Malaysia, and other nations in the region that were hit by the severe floodings. To the matter at hand, Madam President, my delegation would like to express its sincere gratitude to the HNS Secretariat, the IOPC Secretariat, and the IMO Secretariat for their ongoing efforts to enable the entry into force of the HNS Convention. This delegation is happy to share that the Netherlands remains fully committed to the entry into force of this convention. We finalized all necessary national legislation at the beginning of this year and have now completed our third consecutive year of reporting. With that, we have completely finalized our preparations for the implementation of the HNS Convention. And as already announced by our Minister in his general statement last week and just reiterated by the Secretary General, the Kingdom of the Netherlands, in coordination with Belgium, Germany and Sweden, is aiming to ratify the HNS Convention in the spring of 2026. The coordination of our ratifications will enable the HNS Convention to enter into force and help to ensure a level playing field for the sector. And we convey our appreciation to Belgium, Germany and Sweden for joining in this concerted effort. We look forward to continue this close cooperation with the other member states and the relevant secretariats as we work together towards the successful entry into force of this important international regime. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
I thank the Netherlands, and I now call upon Japan.
Thank you, President. First of all, Japan expresses our sincere condolence to the people of Indonesia, Malaysia, and other countries suffering from the cyclones and floodings. On the matter at hand, we thank the Secretary General for the update. I'm pleased to announce that Japan has deposited an instrument of accession to the STCWF Convention this November. Japan will further promote safety and marine environment in the fishing sector, taking into account the unique nature and working environment of the sector. We are also pleased to announce that Japan will accept the 2009 amendment to the London Protocol shortly and is currently in the final stages of internal procedures. Japan remains committed to ensuring maritime safety and protecting the marine environment through IMO conventions. Thank you, President.
Je remercie.
I thank Japan, and I now call upon Mexico.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you very much, President. Mexico would like to express its solidarity and condolences to Indonesia, Malaysia, Sri Lanka and Thailand for the loss of life and all the damage caused by the recent extreme weather conditions. We would like to thank the United Kingdom and Qatar for their very kind invitations to the receptions yesterday. We would also like to thank the Secretariat for document A3422 on the report on the status of the conventions and the conventions that the IMO is responsible for. On the amendments to the IMO Convention, we are very pleased to announce that we are in the process of accepting these in our national institution, and the aim is that it will be presented to the Mexican Senate for ratification next year, 2026. And we would call on delegations to all make progress in their acceptance of these amendments so that we can have an even more representative council. Thank you very much, President.
Je remercie le...
I thank Mexico. If there are no other requests for the floor, then consider that the Assembly first notes the information set out in documents A3422 and A3422/1, as well as the information provided orally by the Secretary-General. 2, notes in particular information on the status of the membership of the organization, and in this regard extends a warm welcome to the Kyrgyz Republic as the organization's newest member.
Je considère...
I also take it that the Assembly 3 endorses the Secretary-General's continuing efforts to encourage governments in accepting the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention as soon as possible, and in acceding to those IMO treaty instruments to which they are not yet parties. 4, encourages the Secretary-General to continue to assist all member states, in particular developing countries, to participate fully and effectively in the work of the organization. 5, supports the ongoing efforts by member states and the Secretariat to bring the 2010 HNS Protocol and the 2012 Cape Town Agreement into force at the earliest possible opportunity. Finally, I take it that the Assembly adopts the draft resolution on urging member states to accept the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, set out in annex of document A3422/1, with the necessary update in the preamble to the number of instruments of acceptance still required for meeting the entry into force requirements for the amendments. If there is no objection, it is so decided.
Et j'invite à présent la délégation de Oman.
I now give the floor to the delegation of Oman, which I think has an announcement to make.
أعتذر سيدة الرئيسة لمقاطعتك.
Forgive me, Madam President, for interrupting in this way. I should have spoken earlier before you reached your conclusions. May I start by thanking the United Kingdom for the wonderful evening yesterday, and also to congratulate our brothers from Qatar on their National Day. We also would like to offer our condolences to Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and all the Sri Lanka and the other countries which have lost so many people and so much property. As far as 22/1, my country, the Sultanate of Oman, presented its instrument for the MARPOL Annex 6 and its amendments, and for the convention, the IMO Convention. We have already deposited our instruments for these two items. I thank the Sultanate of Oman. So if there are no other announcements to be made, we can finish with this agenda item and move on to agenda item 25, the date and place of the 35th regular session of the Assembly. I call upon the Secretary-General to introduce document A3425. You have the floor.
Señora Presidenta, y de conformidad con el artículo 3.
Thank you very much, President. In accordance with Article 13 of the IMO Convention and Rule 3 of the Assembly Rules of Procedure, it is recommended that the 35th regular session of the Assembly be scheduled for the autumn of 2027 and be held in London at the headquarters of the organisation. The precise date, duration and number of plenary sessions requiring interpretation are to be determined by the Council at a later stage. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le secrétaire.
I thank the Secretary-General. And in the light of the recommendation which he has just made, I propose that the 35th regular session of the Assembly be scheduled for the autumn of 2027 and held in London at the headquarters of the organisation, with a precise date, duration and number of plenary sessions to be determined by the Council at a later stage. If there are no objections, it is so decided. And we can move on to 6B, which is reports of the other committees. So we will start with Committee 1, the administrative, financial and legal issues, especially questions of technical cooperation. I would call upon the chair of Committee 1, Antigua and Barbuda, to present that report.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I have the pleasure to present the report of Committee 1 dealing with administrative, financial, legal, and technical cooperation matters which met on Monday and Tuesday, 1st and 2nd December 2025. As instructed by the plenary, the committee considered agenda items 8A, 13, 15, 18A, B, and C, 19 and 21B. The results of its deliberations are set out in the report of the work of the Committee 1, contained in document A34/6B. All of the draft Assembly resolutions that Committee 1 considered are annexed to this report. I am pleased to report that throughout our deliberations, an excellent spirit of cooperation prevailed, and therefore I will restrict my remarks only to major issues discussed by the committee, including the recommendations to the plenary on the adoption of the draft resolutions. Starting with agenda item 8A, strategy and planning. The committee considered the revised strategic plan set out in Annex 1 to the document A34/8A. Thereafter, the committee agreed to recommend through Committee 2 that the Assembly approve the revised strategic plan for the organization for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029 and adopt the associated Assembly resolution. The committee also considered the draft resolution on the application of the strategic plan of the organization as set out in Annex 2 to document A34/8A and agreed to recommend through Committee 2 that the Assembly adopt the draft resolution. Now turning to agenda item 13, report recommendations of the Legal Committee. The committee considered the work of the Legal Committee during the 2024 to 2025 biennium and recommends that the Assembly approve in general the reports of the Legal Committee on its 111th and 112th sessions. Now to agenda item 15 on the reports and recommendations of the Technical Cooperation Committee. The committee considered the work of the Technical Cooperation Committee during the 2024-2025 biennium and recommends that the plenary approve in general the reports of the committee on its 74th and 75th sessions. The committee also agreed to recommend that the Assembly adopt the draft resolution on the capacity development strategy, which is considered as set out in Annex 1 to the committee's first report. Madam President, Turning now to agenda item 18, resource management, and specifically 18A, report of the member states' contributions. With regard to the status of member states' contributions to the general fund and to the working fund, a capital fund, the committee recommends that the Assembly, 1, note the information provided in document A34/18A. 2, urge all member states that had not yet done so to meet in full their financial obligations to the organization at the earliest. 3, adopt the draft resolution on improving the efficiency of the contributions incentive scheme as set out in Annex 2 to the Committee 1's report. And 4, adopt the draft resolution on arrears of contributions as set out in Annex 3 to the Committee's 1 report. Now turning now to 18B, financial reports. As regards the organization's financial accounts and audit reports, the committee recommends that the Assembly approve the audited financial statements for the financial years ended 31st December 2023 and 31st December 2024, together with the external auditors' reports and opinions thereon. The committee also recommends that the Assembly adopt the proposed resolution on the presentation of audited financial statements and report of the external auditors as contained in Annex 4 to Committee 1's report. Turning now to agenda item 18C, results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium, the committee considered the outcome of the Council's considerations of the Secretary General's result-based budget proposals for the 2026-2027 biennium and recommends that the Assembly note the information provided in the document A34/18C and its addendum, and approve the proposed results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium through the adoption of the associated draft resolution contained in Annex 5 to the Committee's 1's report. Turning to agenda item 19 on IMO number scheme. With respect to the IMO number scheme, the committee recommends that the Assembly note the information provided in document A34/19 and its addendum. 2, adopt the draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme set out in Annex 6 of Committee 1's report. And 3, also adopt the draft Assembly resolution on apportionment of expenses among IMO member states set out in Annex 7 of the Committee's 1's report. And finally, agenda item 21, external relations. B, relations with intergovernment and non-intergovernmental organizations. The committee considered the decisions of the Council, specifically concerning the participation of non-governmental organizations in the work of the organization, in particularly in respect of applications for consultative status and on the Council's periodic review of non-governmental organizations in consultative status with IMO. The committee recommends to plenary that the Assembly approve those decisions. Furthermore, Madam President, the committee considered the draft Assembly resolution on relations with non-governmental organizations, which contains a list of all newly approved non-governmental organizations, as well as those maintaining that status, and recommends that the Assembly adopt the draft resolution as contained in Annex 8 to the Committee's One's report. In closing, Madam President, I wish to thank all delegations who participated in the work of Committee 1 for their constructive cooperation. This cooperation made it possible for the committee to reach decisions on all items on its agenda by consensus. In the usual IMO tradition, I wish to extend my particular thanks to the two vice chairs, Ms. Malgorzata Buzenska of Poland and Captain Jairo Orobio Sanchez of Colombia, for their cooperation, as well as to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the excellent support and advice provided to me, which very much facilitated my task. And in closing, I commend the committee's report to the plenary. Thank you, Madam President.
Bien, au nom de l'Assemblée.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Assembly, I would like to thank the Chair and the two Vice Chairs and members of Committee 1 dealing with the administrative, financial and legal affairs, as well as those linked to technical cooperation. Thank you for the excellent work that you have carried out, and thank you also very much to the Secretariat for all their support to that committee. Any comments, please, on the report from Committee 1? If not, we will look at all the different points in the document that we have to approve.
Donc l'Assemblée est invitée à prendre les mesures indiquées au paragraphe 26 du rapport de la Commission 1 et adopter les recommandations de cette dernière qui sont énoncées dans le corps du rapport et dans ses annexes. L'Assemblée est notamment invitée à Petit 1, noter que la Commission 1
Apologies. Note that Committee 1 has considered the revised strategic plan for the organisation for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029, together with the associated draft Assembly resolution, and through Committee 2 recommended the Assembly to approve the revised strategic plan for the organisation for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029 and adopt the associated resolution. We note. 2. Note that Committee 1 considered the draft Assembly resolution on the application of the strategic plan of the organisation and, through Committee 2, recommended that the Assembly adopt the draft resolution on the application of the strategic plan of the organisation. We note. 3. Approve in general the reports and recommendations of the Legal Committee on its 111th and 112th sessions. We approve these reports in their entirety. 4. Approve in general the reports and recommendations of the Technical Cooperation Committee on its 74th and 75th sessions and those recommendations made at those sessions. We approve in general that report. 5. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on the capacity development strategy. We adopt that. 6. Note the information provided in document A3418A on the status of Member States' contributions to the General Fund and Working Capital Fund as at 31st of October 2025, as well as all the updated information that has been provided orally by the Secretary General. We note. 7. Urge all Member States who have not yet done so to meet in full their financial obligations to the organisation as soon as possible. We urge all Member States. 8. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on improving the efficiency of the contributions incentive scheme, which is paragraph 33 and Annex 2. 9. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on arrears of contributions, 26.9 and Annex 3. We adopt that resolution. 10. Approve the audited financial statements for the financial years ended on 31st of December 2023 and the 31st of December 2024, together with the external auditors' reports and opinions thereon. 11. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on the presentation of audited financial statements and report of the external auditors, 2611 and Annex 4. We adopt. 12. Note the information provided in document A3418C and its addendum, Addendum 1 to 3418C, on the Secretary-General's budget proposals for the 2026-27 biennium. We take note. 13. Approve the proposed results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium and adopt the associated draft Assembly resolution on the results-based budget for the 2026-2027 biennium. 2613 and Annex 5. We approve the budget and we adopt the resolution. 14. Note the information provided in document A3419 and its addendum on the IMO number scheme. We take note. 15. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on the integrated IMO identification number scheme. We adopt that resolution. 16. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on apportionment of expenses among Member States. So that's 2616 and Annex 7. We adopt that resolution. 17. Note the information provided in document A3421B on relations with intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, and that those are decisions taken since A33. We take note. 18. Approve the decisions of the Council concerning applications for consultative status with the organization. We approve. 19. Approve the decisions of the Council concerning the periodic review of non-governmental organizations who enjoy consultative status with the IMO. We approve. 20. Adopt the draft Assembly resolution on relations with non-governmental organizations, that is 2620 and Annex 8. We adopt that resolution. And 21. Approve the report of Committee 1 in general. We approve the report in general. Thank you. That brings us to a close on our consideration of the report from Committee 1. Thank you all very much. We will now move on to the report of Committee 2, the Technical Committee, and I would ask the chair of that committee, Mr. Wachara Manikulkit of Thailand, to introduce this report, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, good morning. I have the pleasure to present the report of Committee 2, the Technical Committee, which met on the 1st and the 2nd December 2025. As instructed by the plenary, the committee considered agenda item 8A, 9, 12, 14, 16, and 17. The results of its deliberations are set out in the report of the work of Committee 2 contained in document A34-6B/1. All draft Assembly resolution that Committee 2 considered and are annexed to this report. I am pleased to report that throughout our deliberations, an excellent spirit of cooperation prevailed, and therefore I will restrict my remarks only to major issues discussed by the committee, including the recommendations to the plenary concerning the draft resolutions. Regarding Agenda Item 8A on strategy and planning, the committee considered the draft resolution on the revised strategic plan for the organization for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029 and the draft resolution on application of the strategic plan of the organization. Following the deliberation, the committee recommends that the Assembly adopt both resolutions, having noted the concurrent decision of the Administrative, Financial, Legal, and Technical Cooperation Committee. On Agenda Item 9, concerning the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, the committee considered the report on the progress made in the implementation of the scheme and its further development, including a draft resolution on the revised framework and procedure of the IMO Member State Audit Scheme and the overall audit schedule for the second audit cycle, and recommended that the Assembly take action as requested in Committee 2's report. Turning to Agenda Item 12 on consideration of the report and recommendations of the Maritime Safety Committee, the committee noted with appreciation the work carried out by the Maritime Safety Committee during the past biennium and invited the Assembly to approve the report on its 108, 109, and 110 sessions. The committee expressed appreciation to the MSC Chair and Vice Chair, as well as the chairs and vice chairs of other officers of its subsidiary bodies. The committee considered 4 draft resolutions related to both maritime safety and marine environment protection and recommended that the Assembly adopt them. The committee also considered 2 draft resolutions in the context of the global maritime distress and safety system and recommended that the Assembly adopt them. As a result of the adoption of these resolutions, it is also recommended that the Assembly revoke existing Assembly resolutions that will no longer be necessary and applicable as provided in the report of the committee. With regard to Agenda Item 14 on consideration of the report and recommendations of the Marine Environment Protection Committee, the committee considered the report and recommendation of the Marine Environment Protection Committee and noted with appreciation of the considerable progress made by MEPC during the past biennium and invite the Assembly to approve the reports of its 81st, 82, and 83rd sessions. In this connection, the committee expressed appreciation to the MEPC Chair and Vice Chair, as well as to the Chair and Vice Chairs of, and other officers of the MEPC subsidiary bodies. The committee noted that the second extraordinary session of the committee convened from 14 to 16 October 2025 had been adjourned for a period of 1 year and that its outcome would be reported to a future session of the Council. On Agenda Item 16, regarding consideration of the report and recommendations of the Facilitation Committee, the committee considered the report and recommendations of the Facilitation Committee during the past biennium and invite the Assembly to approve the report on its 48 and 49 sessions In this connection, the committee expressed appreciation to the FAO committee's chairs and vice chairs and the other officers involved in its work. The last on my list is agenda item 17 on Convention on Prevention of Marine Pollution by Dumping of Waste and Other Matters, 1972, and the 1996 Protocol thereto, report on the performance of Secretariat functions and other duties. With respect to the London Convention and Protocol, the committee considered the main activities carried out during the period under review within its framework and noted in general the report of the 46 and 47 consultative meetings of London Convention contracting parties and the 19th and 20th meeting of London Protocol contracting parties. In this connection, the committee expressed appreciation to the LC/LP chair and vice chair and the other officers involved in its work. Madam President, I wish to thank all delegations who participated in the work of Committee 2 for their consultative, my apologies, for their constructive cooperation. This cooperation made it possible for the committee to reach decision on all items on its agenda by consensus in the usual IMO tradition and in good time. I wish to extend my particular thanks to the two vice chair, Mr. Erik Tivet of Denmark and Ms. Devota Edward Mandanda of the United Republic of Tanzania for their cooperation, as well as to the Secretary General and the Secretariat for the excellent support and advice provided to me, which very much facilitate my task and the work of the committee. Having reported all that, Madam President, I commend the committee's report to the plenary. Madam President, before ending my report to plenary, please allow me to express my sincere gratitude on behalf of my delegation for the sympathy and condolences expressed for Thai nationals affected by the disaster caused by extreme weather. Thank you, Madam President.
Au nom de l'Assemblée, je remercie.
Thank you. On behalf of the Assembly, I thank the Chair and the two Vice Chairs of Committee 2, as well as the members of that committee dealing with technical matters. Thank you for the excellent work, and thank you also to the Secretariat for all the support that they provided to that committee. Are there any comments from the floor on the report from Committee 2 before we look at the action requested of the Assembly in paragraph 32 of this document, 34C2 WP1? No? The Assembly is invited to consider the report of Committee 2 and to adopt them, the recommendations in the body of the text and in the annexes, and in particular, 1, adopt the resolution on the revised strategic plan for the organisation for the 6-year period 2024 to 2029, paragraph 5 and annex 1. We adopt. 2, adopt the resolution on the application of the strategic plan of the organisation, paragraph 5 and annex 2. We adopt that resolution. 3, take action in general as recommended by the committee with regard to the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, paragraph 7, and in particular, 1, adopt the resolution on revised framework and procedures for the IMO Member State Audit Scheme, paragraph 7 and annex 3. We adopt the resolution. 2, endorse the overall audit schedule for the second audit cycle as set out in Annex 2 to document A3491. We endorse. 3. As a result of the adoption of the revised framework and procedures, we revoke Resolution A 1067/28 as of the 30th of June 2026 to allow for the audits under the first audit cycle scheduled after the adoption of the new resolution to be conducted under the current framework and procedures, paragraph 7.9. We take note of the revocation of that resolution as of 30th of June 2026. 4. Adopt the resolution on charges for distress, urgency and safety communications through recognised mobile satellite services in the GMDSS, paragraph 9 and Annex 4. We adopt the resolution. 5. Adopt the resolution on criteria for the provision of mobile satellite communication systems in the Global Maritime Distress and Safety System, GMDSS, paragraph 10 and Annex 5. We adopt. 6. Adopt resolutions 1 to 4 relating to both maritime safety and marine environment protection, paragraph 11 and Annex 6. We adopt the resolutions. 7. Revoke Resolution A 1050/27 as of the date of adoption of Resolution MSC 581/110, paragraph 12. We decide to revoke that resolution. 8. Revoke Resolution A 1045/27 and A 1108/29 as of the 1st of April 2030, paragraph 13. We decide to revoke those resolutions as of 1st of April 2030. 9. Approve in general the reports of the MSC on its 109th and 110th sessions, paragraph 14. We approve in general those reports. 10. Note that the outcome of the second extraordinary session of MEPC would be reported to a future session of the Council, taking into account that MEPC had agreed to adjourn the session for a period of 1 year, paragraph 19, we note. 11. Approve in general the reports of the MEPC on its 81st, 82nd and 83rd sessions, paragraph 20. We approve those reports in general. 12. Approve in general the reports of the FAL Committee on its 48th and 49th sessions, paragraph 25. We approve in general those reports. 13. Note the reports of the 46th and 47th consultative meetings of the contracting parties to the London Convention and the 19th and 20th meetings of contracting parties to the London Protocol. Paragraph 28, we note. 14. Note that the committee authorised the Secretariat to effect any necessary editorial corrections to the resolutions considered and their respective annexes as appropriate. Paragraph 31, we note. And 15, approve the report of Committee 2 in general. We approve the report in general. That brings us to a close on consideration of the report of Committee 2. And this moves us now on to the last point on our agenda, which is point 36, supplementary agenda items, if any.
Pardonnez-moi. Donc le point 26.
Apologies. Right. 26. We do have one document under this agenda. This is A3426 on the observance, recognition and designation of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha as official holidays at the IMO. And first of all, let me ask the Secretary General to introduce this document. Thank you, President. Document A3426 before the Assembly concerns the observance, recognition and designation of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha as official holidays at the International Maritime Organization. The Council, having considered a proposal submitted by Algeria et al., noted that Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha are two of the most significant religious festivals in Islam and are widely celebrated by Muslim communities around the world. By observing these occasions, the organization will reaffirm its core values of intercultural dialogue, mutual respect and inclusivity, while paying tribute at the same time to the rich traditions and heritage of Islamic culture. The Council subsequently approved the observance of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha as official IMO holidays and decided to transmit this decision to the Assembly at its 34th session for formal endorsement implementation. Thank you.
I thank the Secretary General, and we congratulate the authors of this resolution, and we welcome these new official holidays. There have already been many speakers on this point, I think, so if nobody would wish to ask for the floor further, given the time, I will consider that the Assembly takes note of the information provided, and in particular, 1, approves the observance, recognition and designation of Eid al-Fitr and al-Adha as official holidays at the IMO, and 2, requests the Secretary-General to ensure the strict implementation of the designation of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha as official holidays at the IMO in the development of calendars of IMO programs of meetings. If there is no objection, it is so decided. I see Iran is asking for the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. We don't have any objection to this document. At the outset, my delegation expressed its strong support for the recognition of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha as official IMO holidays. Madam President, may I proceed for the general statement now? Madam President, this statement is delivered in response to remarks and allegations made by certain delegation during the general statement section of the IMO Assembly last week. Apologies in advance for lengthy intervention. Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates, the Islamic Republic of Iran firmly rejects the statements made by representatives of Yemen and the Israeli regime, which contain unfounded and unsubstantiated allegations that are inconsistent with the factual realities and principles of international law. Such claims bear no relevance to the technical mandate of this organization and represent a deliberate attempt to politicize the IMO's proceedings and divert attention from the genuine root causes of instability in the region. Iran categorically denies any allegation of involvement or military support in Yemen. The Islamic Republic of Iran has never undertaken, authorized, facilitated, or tolerated any activity that could, under international law or relevant Security Council resolution, be interpreted as providing military support to any party to the conflict. Iran's positions are principled, transparent, and firmly grounded in full respect to state sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the fundamental principle of non-intervention. The people of Yemen are independent actors whose decisions are made on the basis of national will and without foreign interference. attributing the independent choices of a sovereign people to external influence constitutes a clear disregard for their inherent right to self-determination. In assessing the maritime situation in the region, it is essential for the international community to focus on the underlying causes of instability. A long-standing pattern of unlawful conduct, aggression, and repeated violations of the United Nations Charter by a regime that now claims to protect maritime security has for decades fueled successive crises across West Asia and around its strategically vital waterways. In this context, it must be underscored that the Israeli regime has been subject of the extensive findings, reports, and statements by independent human rights bodies, United Nations mechanisms, and special rapporteurs, documenting grave breaches of international law, including genocide, war crimes, and crime against humanity. Over several decades, this regime has contributed to structural instability in West Asia through repeated military aggressions, violations of the sovereignty of regional states, and large-scale civilian casualty, particularly in Gaza. Acts widely condemned across international fora. The Islamic Republic of Iran also reiterates its deep concern regarding the continued misuse of the International Maritime Organization by Israeli regime as entity that persistently attempts to employ a specialized UN body for hostile political objectives. Such conduct undermines the impartial, technical, and professional nature of this organization and aligns with a broader pattern in which this regime seeks to erode international law, weaken multilateral mechanisms, and obstruct the effective functioning of global governance structures. The baseless, hostile, and inflammatory accusations made by the representative of the Israeli regime against the Islamic Republic of Iran are entirely rejected. These claims appear intended to deflect attention from the serious, ongoing, and well-documented violations of international law committed by that regime, including in maritime domain. It should also be recalled that on 13th of June 2025, the Israeli regime carried out an unlawful and hostile military attack against the territory of Iran, an act constituting a clear violation of Article 2.4 of United Nations Charter. Also in early 2025, naval forces of this regime intercepted, boarded, and obtained an international humanitarian flotilla carrying essential relief supplies to Gaza while it was sailing outside the territorial water of Gaza. This destabilizing aggression represents a serious threat to regional peace and international security. A regime that openly violates the sovereignty and territorial integrity of member states has neither the legal nor moral standing to comment on regional security or maritime conduct. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its full adherence to core IMO conventions, including SOLAS, MARPOL, SCCW, Search and Rescue, and ISPS Code. In addition, Iran considers the full implementation of its relevant national laws, regulations, and domestic standards on maritime safety, marine environmental protection, and maritime security to be a fundamental sovereign obligation and remains fully committed to their enforcement. Iran firmly believes that sustainable maritime security can only be achieved through regional dialogue and cooperation, respect for the international law, non-interference, and the avoidance of politicizing technical matters. The Islamic Republic of Iran reaffirms its readiness to continue constructive, technical, and rules-based engagement with the IMO and regional partners with the aim of enhancing maritime safety, protecting the marine environment, and ensuring the safe and uninterrupted flow of global trade. Thank you, Madam President, and apologies for lengthy intervention.
Bien, nous avons...
Right. So that brings us to an end of 26 and the Assembly's agenda. I would request the interpreters' indulgence to give us just a few more minutes for us to close the session. Thank you to the interpreters. So, the moment has come to formally close this, the 34th regular session of the Assembly of the IMO, and I now invite the Secretary General to deliver his closing remarks.
Thank you very much, President. Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have reached the conclusion of the 34th session of the Assembly of the International Maritime Organization. Over the past 2 weeks, you have demonstrated once again the strength of our collective purpose and the dedication that defines our global maritime community. At the opening of this session, I shared with you some of my reflections from before I was elected. And during the general statements last week, I was encouraged by your comments and the expressions of commitment and support to the IMO and to multilateralism. The recognition of the negative effect that problems linked to global security can have on shipping, the upcoming 4 accessions to the HNS protocols, the calls from some on the need to ratify the Cape Town Agreement and the 2021 amendments to the IMO Convention, the necessary reassurance to continue our work on the net zero framework, our support for global measures such as the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement, and examples on how we are improving in matters of gender and diversity, such as one country's introduction of maternity allowance for female seafarers. Today, as we close this assembly, I am encouraged by how far we have travelled. Everything that was placed before this assembly has either been achieved, adopted or approved. You have turned ideas into action and you have transformed collective ambition into concrete outcomes. Your decisions this week have strengthened the governance and the strategic direction of the IMO. You have completed the election of the Council in a spirit of engagement and cooperation, and I congratulate the newly elected members of the Council. I particularly would like to thank you for having extended invitations to the staff of the Secretariat to attend receptions. It allows them to engage even more in the Assembly, and it gives you the opportunity as well to get to know them better, especially those members who are usually working behind the scenes. Now, what I am not going to thank you for is making me attend 13 receptions on Tuesday night last week. And if it happens again, I am going to draw lots to decide the receptions that I will be attending. But don't worry. Following my views on transparency, I will do that draw here in front of all of you. You have adopted the revised strategic plan for the period 2024 to 2029, thereby ensuring that the organisation is equipped with a clear vision for the coming years. And you have approved the budget and the work programme for the 2026-2027 biennium, which will enable the IMO to deliver its mandate with the necessary resources. The adoption of the new IMO capacity development strategy marks a historic moment for the organisation. It establishes a coherent and modern framework that will support all member states, and in particular those who are most in need. You have also approved the framework and procedures for the second cycle of the IMO member state audit scheme, thereby reinforcing transparency, accountability, and strengthening implementation. And I'm especially pleased that this Assembly has advanced multilingualism, including the important step of introducing Arabic as a working language. This decision reflects our commitment to inclusivity and fair participation across the membership. Also, you have adopted several important instruments and reforms, including the integrated IMO identification number scheme, strengthening the consistency and the transparency of our global regulatory framework. The consolidated text of the IMO Convention, bringing together decades of amendments into a single authoritative reference, and this for the first time. And then there is the amended rules of procedure, ensuring that our deliberations remain modern, coherent, and fit for purpose. At the heart of all these efforts remain the world's seafarers. Their skill, their resilience, their dedication sustain global trade and the functioning of the world economy. The decisions taken by this Assembly will contribute to strengthen their safety, their welfare and working conditions, and for that I am very grateful. And allow me now to express my sincere appreciations to those who have guided the work of this Assembly. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to the President of the Assembly, Her Excellency Ms. Marine Carnet de Tresesson, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of France to the IMO. I thank her for her exemplary leadership throughout this session. I would also like to warmly thank the first Vice President, His Excellency Mr. Hakim Hajroui, Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of Morocco, and the second Vice President, Her Excellency, I do beg your pardon, Dr. Irutisham Adam, High Commissioner and Permanent Representative of Maldives, for their steadfast support throughout this session. I would like to extend my gratitude also to the Chair of Committee 1, His Excellency Mr. Dwight Gardner, Ambassador and Permanent Representative to the IMO of Antigua and Barbuda, and Chair of TCC, Technical Cooperation Committee, and also to his Vice Chairs, Ms. Małgorzata Burzynska, First Councillor and Permanent Representative to the IMO of Poland, and to Captain Jairo Eligio Orobio Sanchez, Permanent Representative of Colombia to the IMO. Also thanks to the Chair of Committee 2, Mr. Wachara Chimane-Kulkit, Head of the International Affairs Division of the Marine Department of the Ministry of Transport of Thailand and Chair of the FAL Committee. And thanks to his Vice Chairs, Mr. Erik Tvedt, Special Advisor of the Danish Maritime Authority and Chair of SDC, and Mr. Vota Edward Mandanda, Minister Councillor of the High Commission of the United Republic of Tanzania. And finally, to the Chair of the Credentials Committee, Mr. Mansour bin Khalfan bin Hudayb al-Wahibi of Oman. Their stewardship ensured a smooth and productive session, and their dedication has helped the Assembly achieve its agenda. And at this juncture, I would like to acknowledge those delegates who have served as representatives in London and who are now going back to their respective countries. Admiral José Vieira da Cunha of Brazil, Captain Carlos Seda of Chile, Admiral Jairo Orobio of Colombia, Ms. Małgorzata Burzynska of Poland, Mr. Chang Hyun Lim of South Korea, and Mr. Mehmet Hanifigüler of Turkey. and Mr. Konstantin Tumalkin of the Russian Federation, who left recently. As you are also aware, Ms. Heike Degim, Director of the MED, Marine Environment Division, and Mr. Hiroyuki Yamada, Director of MSD, have recently retired from the IMO, and I would like to express our collective appreciation for their very many years of dedicated service and their invaluable contributions to the work of the organization. I would also like to offer special recognition to our French and Spanish translators for their exceptional additional service in providing the President and myself with accurate and high-quality translation throughout this session. And I would also like to express my appreciation to the Arabic, Chinese and Russian translation sections for translating all the IMO draft resolutions in advance of the Assembly. All of this, of course, just demonstrates even further our efforts towards the enhancement of multilingualism. I would also like to take this opportunity, the Secretary-General kindly says, to thank the interpreters for their exemplary interpretation services. Their skill, their presence of mind and unwavering professionalism allow every delegate to follow and to contribute to the deliberations of this Assembly in real time, thereby ensuring the full inclusiveness and accessibility of our discussions. Finally, I wish to highlight the extensive preparation carried out by all Secretariat staff, whose dedication and tireless efforts, often long before the Assembly actually convenes, ensure that our meetings run effectively and efficiently. Their commitment, both visible and behind the scenes, has been essential to the smooth running of this session. Now, when I opened this Assembly, I said that our collective energy would matter only if it were matched by decisive action, and you have delivered that action. We close this session with renewed purpose, with frameworks that are strengthened, and with a clear direction for the future, and with a new logo. And with your continued support, the IMO is ready to face the challenges and the opportunities that lie ahead, and to advance our shared vision for a united and better future for the maritime sector. I would like to warmly thank you for your commitment, your cooperation and your trust. I wish you all a very safe journey home. We've still got council this afternoon. And as we approach the end of the year, let me wish you all a peaceful and enjoyable season of rest and reflection, and a very happy new year. I look forward to welcoming you back and to seeing you again next year as we continue our very important work. President, delegates, thank you all very much indeed.
Je remercie.
I thank the Secretary-General for his exemplary address. As you see, he's wearing roosters on his tie, the national emblem of France. I'm very touched by this subtle compliment. I, in my turn, would just like to say a few words. I'll be very brief. As we say in French, all good things come to an end, and here we are. These have been intense days. Even the evenings have been intense, but we've made it through together. I will now pass the torch on to the presidents of the Council this afternoon. It's a bit like the Olympic Games, and I'm very proud to have carried the presidency of the Assembly, even if it is only every 2 years. It should be like the Olympics every 4 years, so please ratify the amendments to the IMO Convention. So I'll be back in 2 years, in principle, unless the amendments have entered into force by then. And in that case, of course, not everyone may be here still. Until then, I'd just like to say I believe we worked well in the spirit of the IMO, which is very like the spirit of Christmas, the spirit of cooperation. I must say that I particularly enjoyed seeing all of you from up here. Usually I only see half of you from the back and the other half I don't see at all. But from here I have a fabulous view. Above all, it's very nice to see all the colleagues properly. And so now I also would like to wish you all happy holidays and a well-deserved rest. Before that, I'd particularly like to thank my vice presidents, the chairs and vice chairs of the committees, and of course the Secretary General and the whole Secretariat, who do a tremendous job, thanks to which everything runs so smoothly. I'd like to thank the logistics team, Francis, Kamal and their teams, who performed miracles with this record participation this year of 1,800 participants, I think. It is amazing what they do, and their work is just perfect. I'd also like to thank the translation services, who are so helpful, supportive with high-quality translations, the interpreters who are there for us all the time and deserve all our gratitude. The interpreters thank the President. And last but not least, all the delegations with whom we have made this journey safely into port. And we have earned an extra day of rest. So once again, a huge thank you to all of you. And I believe we can thank the Secretariat in our customary way, in unanimity. Thank you.
Je vous remercie et je donne...
Thank you, and I now give the floor to the United Kingdom.
Thank you, Madam President. On behalf of distinguished delegates in person and online, I would like to offer some thanks. First, we would like to thank all those delegations who have hosted receptions and sponsored refreshments this week. Thank you for your generosity and for treating us to the best of your national traditions and cuisines. I think we're all getting a little rounder as a result. We continue to be astonished by the creativity and adaptability of the catering team and hope they get a well-earned rest after this. Thank you to our ever-dedicated conference division and meeting services team, to security and to the External Relations Office for running such a complex operation with such professionalism. Like swans on the River Thames, it's all smooth sailing above the water, but we know how fast you're paddling below the surface. Thank you to our interpreters, whose hard work and immense skill underpins all our cooperation in this building. I thank all our office bearers at this assembly for their enormous contributions, to the esteemed chairs and vice chairs of the committees, and to vice presidents of the Assembly. Madame Présidente, thank you for your excellent leadership this week. You have set the tone from the very beginning for an Assembly which has been smooth, calm, organised, and an excellent celebration of all that we have achieved over the past 2 years. Secretary General, congratulations on a successful first Assembly in your post. You and all of the Secretariat can be very proud of what you have achieved here. Thank you for your leadership, your commitment, and your hard work, and your unfailing devotion to eating exactly the same number of canapés at every reception. Goodbye to our departing delegates, far too many of them, that we are sadly losing from our family at this Assembly. We wish you the very best for your next endeavours. Congratulations to all those who won seats on the Council last week. But we must share those congratulations with all, because it is down to the commitment, participation, and expertise of all Member States, associate members, and observers that we are able to progress our work to make maritime safer, more secure, and more sustainable. Finally, on behalf of His Majesty's Government of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, I would like to wish you all a very safe journey home, some of you after Council this afternoon, and a very productive biennium ahead. Thank you.
Je remercie le roi.
Thank you very much, United Kingdom, for your closing statement. And let me give the floor, just before we close, to the Director of the Administrative Division on the 136th session of the Council this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam President, and really thank you to the interpreters for the exceptional amount of time that they have granted to us. Just to inform you that the 136th session of Council will meet this afternoon at 3:30 p.m. in the main hall. In this regard, the main hall will be set up for the Council session as soon as the meeting concludes. I'd like to kindly request all delegates to vacate the main hall as soon as possible, taking all personal belongings and documents with you. As communicated in NV 072, the credentials issued for the 34th session of the Assembly will also remain valid for the 136th session of the Council. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Merci, Madame la...
Thank you very much to the Director. Thank you again to the interpreters. Thank you from us. We bring to a close now the 34th session of the Assembly. Have a lovely Christmas, a lovely New Year, and safe travels home. So the 34th regular session of the Assembly is now closed. Thank you.